in from Rashtrapati Bhavan right now. After this is the all-important summit that takes place in Hyderabad House. That's just a short distance away. Just about less than 5 minutes away from this particular location.
From here they go to Rajghat, right, Vishnu?
Yeah, I think you're quite right. So they go to Rajghat, and then after Rajghat they go to Hyderabad House, and then later on to Bharat Mandapam. That should be approximately 3 p.m. or so by the time they get over there before the evening sort of occasion, as it were. So this is a very formal event, but this is the start of the visit. This is the official start of the visit. We've been talking about it since yesterday. That was just his arrival. But once his guard of honor is presented is when
from Hyderabad House. We also have Gulreen Wagmar. Foundation, all live with us, but I want to go across to our colleagues first, Vasudha and Aditya. Vasudha, so the Prime Minister already there at Rashtrapati Bhavan. I believe the Russian delegation has also just passed you.
Absolutely. In fact, the Prime Minister's cavalcade passed by around 10:48, and Padmaja, this is the road that leads to Rashtrapati Bhavan. It is just between everything is being moved out, but this road leads to Rashtrapati Bhavan. There are flags, and look at the security arrangement everywhere. There's been a lot of critical emphasis on the kind of security that's been put in place. At the Rashtrapati Bhavan, of course, there'll be a ceremonial welcome of President Putin. He's on a state visit, so clearly there's going to be this ceremonial welcome is going to be grand, and that happens with anybody who's on a state visit. And also, this is a privileged relationship that we share with Russia, time tested, and also the time for India to consolidate on this relationship that it has had for several years. He will also be officially introduced to the NSA and his cabinet and the cabinet of Modi's ministers. So several key ministers have also been called to the Rashtrapati Bhavan today. And then, of course, the formal reception will take place of President Putin by the head of state, which is President Murmu, and head of the government, which is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And from here, of course, he goes to Rajghat, which has become a pilgrim spot of sorts for all international delegates, symbolizing the greatest gift that India has given to the world, Mahatma Gandhi and his principles. And then Hyderabad House,
about peace.
Four important things, a pact on mobility, and a pact that will identify areas of cooperation is what I've been told.
Absolutely. What better time than now, symbolic, when he will be laying the wreath at Rajghat. Aditya, there are about 15 MOUs and about 10 odd pacts that are likely to take place. We've spoken about energy, but the Labour Mobility Pact also focus on fertilizers that is so important for India. Those could be some of the areas that the two leaders will focus on. The summit has officially begun. The visuals are on our screen. Walk us through what could be the big highlights of the summit level meeting that will take place soon.
Well, that's right. NDTV is reporting right now from outside the Hyderabad House, where the official summit will be beginning in an hour from now. But right now, the focus entirely on Rashtrapati Bhavan, where officially the trip of President Putin will be beginning with a ceremonial welcome by the Indian government. And present would be Prime Minister, who has already reached there, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, and several key ministers, including the Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal. Because trade, defense, and the diplomacy between Moscow and New Delhi is of paramount importance. And that's why when Modi and Putin meet later today at the Hyderabad House, the top discussion would be, of course, to build on the ties, the historic ties between Russia and India, but also discuss global issues, including the current war that has been just ongoing for almost 3 to 4 years now between Russia and Ukraine. Remember, Donald Trump has been trying his best over the last few months to have some kind of a peace process in place, but hasn't really been successful even today. So that's what will be discussed. From the very beginning, the Prime Minister Modi had also said that this is not an era of war and solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. That resonance also.
Okay, there's an audio issue with Aditya's line. We'll try and get that corrected, but we're going to let our reporters go for the moment because because the jammers are in place. We need to focus on what's happening in the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Before the President of Russia arrives, very quickly welcoming Ambassador Shashank, former Foreign Secretary, onto our coverage, along with all of our other guests who continue to be with us through the day today. Ambassador Shashank, welcome. Big day today for India, Russia. What are you looking forward to most?
Well, President Putin is visiting India after 4 years, and the Ukraine war is still going on, though the efforts have been made to bring an end to the war, which have not succeeded so far. So I think that this will be really laying the foundations of a very wide-ranging kind of relationship between Russia and India. We have spoken for a long time for our relationship to change from defense-oriented relations to multiple area relationship, to have from buyer-seller agreements to go towards joint production, joint research, joint investments, and to go for technology transfers in various fields, civilian and defense and others. So I feel that even if we don't agree to everything being announced at this time, but I'm quite sure that this will lead to the foundations for a very firm relationship of friendship between our two countries. And one of the pushing factors is that President Trump has decided to put unilateral tariffs on India. And while it has not been done to, let's say, countries like China and European Union, but India has been singled out by saying that India has been selling the
again and again.
processed oil.
And that hypocrisy we've called out again and again. You spoke about the war. In fact, Mr. Wagmar has tracked the Russia-Ukraine war very closely. He's joining us from London. Barzeen, let me ask you this. Do you think the solution, the peace framework, all of that lie actually in New Delhi and not in, most certainly not in Brussels, not in DC either?
Is out to woo Washington in more ways than one. And of course, Mr. Trump has been rather soft on him. But what is important to note, Gauri, is that just prior to Mr. Putin's arrival, a week or so ago, was a demonstration of India's strategic autonomy. If you recollect that India signed a deal with Washington for defense supplies of 216 Excalibur projectiles and 100 Javelin missiles.
Yeah.
That deal was inked for $93 million. And in November itself, a month earlier, for $946 million, naval choppers, the Seahawk choppers, have been okayed between Washington and New Delhi. So despite Mr. Trump's huffiness, as we see on social media, that India and Russia can do what they want, I don't care, this, that, and the other, the point is the Pentagon's relationship with New Delhi continues on a very even keel. And it also demonstrates, as I'm trying to vindicate, that India is not going to be entirely dependent on Moscow for its nuclear and other military arsenal, because purchases have come down to 36% from what used to be 72% of supplies from Moscow as such. And it does continue diversifying and choosing who it wishes to purchase from.
No, it's very interesting what Barzeen talks about. You know, the two deals that have just been signed by India with the United States, and I agree with him completely, for Excalibur shells, Javelin missiles, and, you know, a maintenance package for the naval Seahawk helicopters, just shows you how bulletproof defense contracts really are, you know, between countries. You've got all this geopolitical churn, but when it comes to combat capability, especially in a year of war, you know, those things are in many ways untouchable. And I think that's what he's referring to. And it's also indicative really of how, you know, temperamental leaders may buffet relations and give the impression that things are on a downswing. But at the end of the day, there are these very impenetrable layers of relations between countries like India and the United States. But even then, I think the messaging that goes out, Padmaja and Gauri, you know, from the Prime Minister being there at the airport yesterday to receive President Putin, riding in that car with him, even though India has an incredibly independent and unique foreign policy that finds itself walking a tightrope many of a time, there's no mistaking the fact that there is messaging here as well. Padmaja, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. In fact, we've spoken about the historical links that these two leaders have had way back from 2001, whereas Chief Minister, and those pictures again and again, people have referred to that from 2001. And that is when it's not as if, you know, Russia is being used as a counterbalance against America now that this is a recent development, that this is some kind of a message that is being sent out to Donald Trump because of his recent utterances. Way back in 2001, when Mr. Modi, then seen, you know, standing behind our then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he was there in the second row. Today, of course, he is engaging directly with the Russian president. But it was then that Mr. Modi had signed an MOU with Russia and as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And it's then that he had said that we have some of the most enduring friendships if we have it with some country. There it is. There's that picture. And there you see our now Prime Minister as the Chief Minister of Gujarat standing there behind Atal Bihari Vajpayee. You see Putin seated right in front of Jaswant Singh. And today you have these hugs and handshakes. But this has been an enduring relationship. Recent occurrences or the tensions that we may have seen with America have only perhaps made this relationship closer, and which is what leads both these men to say, Rajoli Jayaprakash, that the fair weather friend or an all-time enduring friend of India right now, the most reliable ally that we have right now in the world is Russia.
Okay, yeah. So I would say that foreign relations normally happen on a transactional basis, and I believe that Russia is an enduring friend, and I believe that in the strategic calculus, like since the 2000s, we've had annual visits. I wouldn't go as to say that Russia is our only friend. Russia is an important friend, obviously, but I think Russia is extremely relevant for India in its strategic calculus. For that, then that is because of the geopolitical factors, such as us not having any tensions with Russia, or since the Cold War times, still the post-Cold War times, having no irritants in the bilateral partnership. So that is something that has naturally created like a bedrock of friendship between India and Russia. So I think that is something that is sustained even into this decade. So we see that we have structural problems with other countries, other major powers like the United States. But we see the same thing for Russia not existing. We don't have structural problems. And we see that even when there is like a significant shift in the global order or priority shifting, we see that India and Russia try to make their bilateral the relevance of India or Russia always comes from time. Like for instance, even in at the backdrop of this visit, we see that economic ties and trade is being given a stronger characteristic. But if you look at the previous decades, it was the military technical partnership that stood as the bedrock of the bilateral relations.
No, and absolutely. The paradigm in which all of this is happening right now is very, very focused on economy, trade and business. And that's the reason why the two leaders will be addressing CEO's conference, Gauri, at the Bharat Mandapam a little later. So I think these are live images suggesting that the president of Russia's cavalcade will be pulling up at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan momentarily. These are live pictures from the beautiful Raisina Hill on a very, very cold December morning here in the national capital. That building you see on your screen, for those not familiar, is the South Block. And just beyond that, flanking it, is the North Block. And then there's Rashtrapati Bhavan right in front of it. Ambassador Shashank, talk to us about the importance of messaging and images. The very viral, doing things interestingly and being there to receive him. What is the importance of messaging in all of this, Ambassador Shashank?
Well, when I listen to the messaging for the Western countries, USA and Europe, I think it is not really so much for them. I'm quite sure that we would like in the longer term to promote our relations with these countries. I think the messaging is more for China, because Russians have declared China partnership as a no limit and very critical partnership. And if you remember that some time ago, the Russians and Chinese were also decrying India joining the Asian NATO, which was Quad. Now, of course, India has been able to convince China a little less, but Russia much more, that Quad is not a military partnership for India. And we do not want to make it anti-China. We want it to be to balance and keep China peaceful, friendly to all the other Asian countries. So I think that's very important, because President Putin has also spoken about the possibility of a no-limit partnership with India. So we are going to work on that. but that's a work in progress. I don't think it's immediately there, but the foundations will be laid during this visit.
You know, Gauri, by the way, is a China scholar. Not many people know that. You want to add to that, Gauri? That's very, very interesting.
Two things there. One is that when you talk about the Russia-China relationship, in the last 3 years, there has been a major shift that has happened with China actually ensuring that it funds Vladimir Putin's war. So in that sense, there has been some sort of a, big daddy, small daddy kind of an equation that has come up. And President Putin would want to correct that. Because, whatever may be the size of your economy, whatever may be your overall numbers, President Putin would not like to be a junior partner to President Xi Jinping. And I think that is an important part of the relationship which gets pushed out through these messaging here. And I think that's the important part. And the second part is also that when you take a Russia-China, India-China or a Russia-India-China equation, there are underlying unresolved issues. And that also complicates matters. But yeah, those are live pictures coming in, live visuals of ceremonial.
The president is about to. Yes. There you go. Let's listen.
Security.
Bodyguard, which is an elite cavalry unit, is right salute and to observe a tri-services guard of honor in the forecourt of the President House, the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Iconic images of huge importance. That dais to observe that salute.
श्रीमान अंतर सेना सम्मान गार्ड निरीक्षण के लिए हाजिर है।
This is President Putin introducing President Draupadi Murmu to senior officials from Russia as he personally, one by one, introduces President Murmu to each of the visiting delegation's top officials. Each one of them gets a personal introduction, a few words of briefing for the president as well. The president, remember, would have notifications, everything that's on the table. And we do know that President Murmu takes a very, very deep interest and reads extensively on every leader that. But this visit is in many ways momentous. Will come into come in from Rajghat, but Padmaja, that's a fixture for most world leaders who come to India because of how I'm told wants to go to the Rajghat because everyone's heard of the Mahatma, everyone's heard of Gandhi. His first visit to India since the Ukraine war, the fact That's going to be playing on everyone's mind as we see those pictures of the president.
Absolutely. And in fact, this has been a fixture. And for the first time since becoming president, Mr. Putin had visited India at that time too. By somebody, father of our nation, the message of message today of him going there, the number of things that have happened since yesterday, the gift earlier that the Bhagavad Gita that was given, that was gifted by Prime Minister Modi, gone.
Yeah.
The case that was fought in 2011, that same version of war was also an ISKCON version of the Bhagavad Gita, and at that like Nazi literature.
But it was cleared by the courts, right?
Of course,
because it was
courts struck it down.
But the Gita itself is well accepted in Russia. Post problematic.
Exactly, and which is why it did not stand the legal scrutiny in Russia as well. Bhagavad Gita, the teachings of the Gita, yoga, all of these are Russia, and widely so.
It goes all the way back to Raj Kapoor movies that are actually a listen to songs.
And Mithun Chakravarti of all people. Again, like we were talking about earlier. The most popular in Israel, I remember Shah Rukh Khan is certainly no, I'm not Shah Rukh Khan.
Indian soft power doesn't get the credit it really deserves. About any of our other stars, these are real iconic exports. But
funny thing is, Mithun Chakravarti is now a member of the BJP.
But one of the deepest where President Putin will be there any minute. In fact, the first places where Indian art and culture in the largest Russian center actually runs in India, where they connect goes back 50 years, longer actually, and all of that getting a fresh push with that.
I just want to briefly move away from the story for just two. In civil aviation in the country, it impacts Indigo. We've seen hundreds of airport. It's a crisis which is cascading. I'm going to go through 3 or 4 points. According been cancelled till midnight. Now, I have cross-checked this information from sources cancelled till 3 p.m. There is a huge chasm between what sources the international airport has actually tweeted. One way or the other, this indicates which means that the entire network of India's largest airline the reason this is taking place is because there are new safety norms called flight duty time can fly. As a result of this, Indigo has been found wanting in the number of why their entire network is now in a state of crisis. carrier not operating flights from Indigo at the moment means that this is going to have a knock-on effect across every Indigo flights in many sectors, all right? We don't know if it's because centers, so it becomes something that needs to be looked at very, very closely indeed. Now, in terms of commanders of aircraft, 935 first officers they are short of. Therefore, more than 1,000 implement the safety norms which the regulator has said have to be implemented. Us out the norms that you have. Can you give us a relaxation on a couple of just be in a position to do that, but while that might bring temporary relief to not recruit or did not streamline their operations and are now in this
thing that you're seeing on the Indigo system right now suggests that things have not only ground to whether it is their booking systems, whether it is their app, whether it is their website, whether it is their customer relations, whether it is public relations, whether it is social media. It seems navigate itself out of. It will, of course, but it's going to take some time for the cancellation after cancellation means that there will be no Indigo flight will be taking off from Delhi
or landing
midnight tonight.
Or landing.
Or landing. In Delhi until midnight tonight. Absolutely cataclysmic. About 48 to 72 hours ago as being the bedrock of civil aviation, not just India.
Statement from Delhi Airport, I'm correcting myself, it impacts all departures of Indigo, not arrivals. Follows Indigo domestic flights departing from Delhi Airport on the 5th of December are the carriers remain as scheduled. Our dedicated on-ground teams are working to sort out these issues.
No better civil aviation tracking team than us here. Vishnu and his entire is on the ground at the Delhi airport. Tanushka, this is an I cannot imagine how the system is coping.
Airport, and this has been the scenario. So today, as of now, what we understand is the departures have been cancelled for Indigo Airlines up to midnight. Airports as well across the country have also seen various cancellations. Mumbai 102 cancellations. Delhi, of course, all flights are cancelled until midnight. So passengers, everyone have spoken to, a lot of them have just come intimation from Indigo, no prior information as well, and a lot of these people They have nowhere else to be at. They have no idea as to, let alone refund. Thing being that even other airlines at this point are a very crunch factor. For a middle class person, affording a 20,000 airfare ticket on a tickets with other airlines as well immediately at this point. I also spoke to some wedding to attend. Again, They're stuck at the airport. A lot of people just have no Delhi airport and across all other airports in the country too.
Two quick updates, in fact, one coming in from He said, in fact, that there are many MPs who need to go back to their constituencies because at 4:40 to go to Lucknow. That is clearly not happening because he hasn't got any also being told from sources that Indigo, apparently Vishnu, pitched a pan-India shutdown till
4 p.m. across India.
Yeah, so basically that's what Indigo proposed, that till 4 p.m. we have effect across the sector. This idea wasn't accepted. Thank God for small mercy. So you act.
You know, Padmaja, if you are let's say a student, you've come to Delhi, right? You want to go home to forget about all of
what
that.
If there's a medical emergency?
What if you are stuck over there? The airline says, "Oh, we'll give you your money back."
We've got to keep switching because we've got a big visitor here, Rajghat. The president of Rajghat in central Delhi. This is will be a brief stop where President of Russia a quarter century ago, and he was going to look very carefully at these pictures. Remember, this is began, and therefore peace is a word that takes on a very
And also this is the respect that a visiting dignitary pays to India, because you know of the respect that any visiting dignitary has to and must accord to the host country. So that is formulas are being thrashed out for one of the most polarizing figures in
on this. He's interviewed the man you see on your screen. He's reported extensively from the war. First visit since the Ukraine war began, where you reported from?
No, absolutely. And the entire our food grain prices went up as a result of that war. We've seen the loss of tens of thousands of gains in the Luhansk and Donetsk region over the last couple of months particularly. But regime change within 4 days, that clearly didn't happen. The consequences for Russia is something World War I type bunker and trench warfare on the eastern fronts of Rajghat. This is the ultimate destination, for want of a better word, for peace. It's peace and the hope that is how women and men are desperately in Europe. What are the thoughts which are going on in Vladimir Putin's mind? something that he may take back from this moment, which ultimately results in specific conflicts since World War II.
You know, in 2015, when Mr. Putin had hosted enduring relations between India, Russia, and the importance of was one of the pages from the diary of Mahatma Gandhi, and this from our website. One of the pages, a handwritten note by Mahatma Gandhi that was in 2015 when he was being hosted in Moscow. So the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi, how he has been, you know, an integral part of any engagement that India and Russia have had.
Was saying that are being found, that are being identified, and are being desperately searched for on right now in the mind of President Putin, and will that move us towards
Well, Burzine Wagmar, Ambassador Shashank and others continue to be with us. Burzine, go ahead. Mahatma Gandhi at the Rajghat. What do you make of these images, Burzine?
Not entirely out in the cold, and that he does get a welcome reception. September 2023, and Foreign Secretary Lavrov had to represent him. But Hyderabad House, Shiv.
Yes.
That's what I want to talk about. Well, there are pending issues. Slated for delivery as lease in 2025 has now been pushed to 2028. Which was signed in 2018, which should have been delivered in 2023. March 26, and some even as late as early spring 2020. Under sanctions, and also there are payment issues from the Indian side. Over market price. Then there is the question of the upgrading the Sukhoi Su-30 crunch that Russia faces, and with the Ukraine war, that could be delayed, though there is fighter, and that the Indian Air Force is mooting two fifth generation strike fighter in mind, which Pakistan possesses and which saw action during. I believe the Indian Air Force is pretty keen to ink that, but again with Russia also a labor crunch, and that's my final point. You may have workers, but Shiv, please remember, this is also going to be brought up behind the scenes. The question of Indians trapped and fighting in the Ukraine war. Repatriated, and Moscow has repeatedly told, including Prime Minister Modi during his July 20 taken care of, and that has to be also, I do not wish to completely blame Moscow for this. Across India, who are hoodwinking Indian blue-collared workers and students into
on that as well. But no, very crucial points, Burzine, that you've raised, that sort of he heads from here now to the Hyderabad House for those summit level talks.
So
towards the Hyderabad House. Signing the visitors book at the by him. Ambassador Shashank, you want to add anything to these images of President? Prime Minister Modi has said to him on more than one occasion. What are your thoughts as we look at these images, Ambassador?
I think Mahatma Gandhi, in his own way, has conveyed to President Putin we must see that Mahatma Gandhi, even from his these thoughts succeed. In the meantime, of course, we have our delays for to move ahead on that area also.
He's written it, of course, in Russian. Not the first time that he's signed it, I think. The early 2000s, and we'll get that translated. It's going to be very important. And get that translated because what the President of Russia on his first visit to book of the Rajghat is going to be something of even scholarly curiosity.
Time when he came here just after that 5-hour meeting with Steve. He's written here about Mahatma Gandhi, his vision about peace, his vision about non-violent ways. Would be very interesting to note. And just one important point which I wanted to say was after meeting Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to end the war with the very crucial effort to end the war in Ukraine did not lead to any peace formula being accepted. The first place he has come is at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. Message that he has written, actually, it's about 7-8 sentences. Whenever we get that,
let's also go across to Aditya, because the ground for what could be discussed Gauri, Vishnu and Shiv over what they would have spoken over dinner. Coverage of this visit across the media worldwide, and they seem to have statement on the war. And second, if there's going to be any commitment by talking points. Putin in India, will he talk about the war? Will India of that brought up during the informal chat? What are all of your sources?
And they had dinner for 3.
The point that Padmaja says, it's already happened. India's oil importers have already drawn down. But this month onwards, there is going to be a market drawdown, and that has to do entirely. It is non-viable for us to actually import. So we are importing our oil elsewhere. The import of Russian oil, but only assuming that the price fits for us. We are doing this.
Translation of what, Gauri and I, you were talking about it, what President Putin has written in that visit. Okay, we'll get it in a moment, but I still want to read out what the president has said because this is breaking. But I'm going to do my best. It says, one of the founders of the modern Indian state, the notion of peace throughout the planet, his ideas about freedom, virtue, and humanity. Gandhi, in fact, anticipated, very important, guys, listen to this carefully. Mahatma Gandhi, in fact, anticipated, which is now in the process of formation.
Principles and values that Russia and India today jointly defend in the about a multipolar world order. It is Russia and India who are the first translation, a rough translation we have to admit, but the book at Rajghat. Multipolar world order, and India and Russia jointly
let's President Putin has scrawled in a very nice, beautiful, neat Cyrillic. Super important because we need to, decode and analyze what this means. One of the founders of freedom, virtue, and humanity are relevant to this world. He, in fact, anticipates formation, and it is these principles and values that Russia and India today there's no mistaking what he means, Vishnu. A multipolar world.
Diktat and hegemony built on principles of equality, mutual respect, cooperation among nations.
Yeah,
this is a very direct message at the United States saying that you need what their ideals are. And for India, this ideal has been consistent. Whatever it is, it essentially means the same thing. And that's something which Russia said. House on the bottom left-hand side of your screen are images from Hyderabad House. That's where the delegation. That's what the summit is essentially all about. Aditya, what's on the agenda?
Including energy, including trade, and of course the robust defense cooperation between Moscow and of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to New Delhi, where of course he had the ceremonial memorial, the Rajghat, where of course he signed with has been here before and is coming yet again with a lot on the platter. Is of course the talk of strengthening the S-400 air missiles that had $500, and of course other fighter jets and stealth will be discussed threadbare. There will be also discussions on people-to-people contact, media expanding their platforms here in New Delhi, and apart from that, there will be in the last many days. So the big talking point, the big handshake between Modi and Putin.
Live on those pictures, Aditya, stand by. I just want to take a very quick break because we need to take of the headlines we're tracking at noon today. The Indigo crisis has escalated. All Indigo flights have been cancelled till midnight. We can confirm that is correct. But cancelled till 3 p.m. It's total chaos. The system is fully overwhelmed. Every single one of these images, Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellation. Care of them, like I said, the system is overwhelmed. Ceremonial well. In minutes from now at Delhi's Hyderabad House, the big focus is on trade, defense, across the world to analyze it in real time. Supreme Court against the High Court order. BJP overnight protests against development and politics. This is a flashpoint that is only escalating. So EMIs are set to get a little cheaper. RBI slashes repo rate by
Well, good afternoon. Largest carrier, Indigo, is in a state of utter disrepair, utter inoperation. Departures out of Delhi, that's India's largest airport, till midnight. It is a take a look at this multi-box of stranded passengers across the country. It is a desperate of Indigo is non-operational. There is a cascading impact which has taken an airline in a rail crisis. There is no clarity on when this will be resolved. Is 150 plus passengers. Imagine the plight of these passengers. Yes, they'll get their money back on other airlines because there is possibly a run on other airlines at this stage. But spare a thought, I think, firstly and most importantly, on those passengers who've been impacted. Let's first go across to Sam Daniel at Chennai Airport, and then we'll
Vishnu, as hundreds of Indigo passengers remain stranded outside the airport. To make sure there is no overcrowding and confusion inside, but now or to get their money refunded or to...
Sam, apologies for interrupting you. We have to be very... The Hyderabad House, live pictures on NDTV. Remember, we're stories of the day, the big handshake at Hyderabad House, Vishnu, and Virika joining us as well.
And They aren't really negotiating anything. It's essentially negotiated. They sign, they come out, there'll be a joint statement.
By the Russian president. Multipolarity is something he wrote about, sending isolated despite the sanctions by the West, Vishnu.
And if you just read out verbatim again for the very obviously a lot of thought goes into what is written down there. Valuable contribution to the cause of peace on the entire planet. His ideas of freedom, Mahatma Gandhi in essence foresaw the emergence of a new, more just those words. His ideas of freedom, virtue and non-violence remained relevant.
We have a partner of global significance. Here I am in India and my partner is India.
More just multipolar world order, which is now in the process of challenging the new global world order, which Vishnu is multipolar.
And he used the word hegemony. So Putin over here taking a dig at America and American foreign policy. Friendly with everybody who is friendly with us. We believe in multipolarity, and to a fair argument that Russia have sought
China?
to be hegemons themselves. China. It's a play of words,
Yes.
but ultimately it's how each country positions itself in the
These correspondence with Tolstoy, where he wrote about the future of the world. And hegemony, diktat and hegemony. You can't be sitting there in the White House, of course, White House and saying tariff on you, tariff on you, tariff on you, no more diktat and hegemony.
That's right, Padmaja. You know, the kind of sermons that come at India, especially in the last 3 to 4 Jaishankar, especially from the European Union. And that has been the new India that the India that can be ignored. India certainly cannot be ignored and plays a very vital and significant I've reached the Hyderabad House right behind me, just about 100 meters away, where the 23rd between Modi and Putin, signifying that India-Russia ties have withstood the USSR in 1955 and 61, and thereafter, of course, strategic partnership that was signed somewhere around 2000, and 25 years later, partnership between Moscow and New Delhi that is now being taken to another level, and that too at a has been supportive of India, not just with the defense, arms and technology, etc. Questioned time and again by the Western, friends of India, especially Russia ties are more stronger than ever, and even though there's been considerable pressure crude oil purchase from Moscow, but that will certainly continue. There would be, again, but the ties between India and Russia will go from strength to strength. contact, on media ties, and apart from that, also on mobility. Because there could be some MOUs that could be signed in that direction as well, and Putin isn't alone. There are several ministers that are accompanying him. There's a huge delegation.
A quick word in from Lieutenant General Satish Dua, former Chief of the Integrated Defence to India and Russia. It has been the most reliable component in many ways. Know that no big announcements as far as defence is concerned are expected during this visit.
Yes, Shiv. But defense is in the air. Our defense agency. Actually, it's not something that has just started, or it's a flash in the pan. Soviet Union earlier and Russia now. As on one hand, Russia has one of the most resilient bilateral relationships in the world. Followed by Russia after.
Okay, I'm going to try and General Dua, my apologies. But we're going to stay with these images momentarily. This is the Prime Minister and the right next to India Gate in central Delhi, where the summit level talks will take place right now. The heart of this visit. This is where the two leaders will sit across a table and discuss.
A little bit of, let's listen to what's happening.
Для меня лично тоже это важное событие, потому что мы знакомы с вами.
В 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, होता है कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुँचा सकता है.
Уважаемый господин президент, ваша роль начинается о вашем дальновидном и твердом руководстве и о том, как развивать для других отношений, как индийско-российское отношение развивается.
चर्चा होती रही है. आपने भी समय समय पर अवगत कराया है. मैं समझता हूं कि विश्वास और इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है. हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए. कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा.
По поводу Украины, вы как истинный друг рассказываете между нашими странами. Это и есть сила, настоящая сила наших отношений. Но мы последовательно поддерживаем позиции установления мира. И мы должны все работать сообща для того, чтобы работать вновь на этом пути.
एक्सेलेंसी पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के जैसा कि मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं, भारत का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से
мировыми лидерами. Я всегда им говорю, что Индия не позиция в пользу мира, это позиция мира, и мы поддерживаем плечом к плечу со всеми державами, которые держатся этой пути.
हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व यहाँ पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आएंगे, यह बड़ा विश्वास है।
Уважаемый господин президент, весь мир, поэтому мы надеемся, что мир вновь на пути прогресса. В этот вопрос. Уважаемый господин президент, сегодня весь день мы придаст новый импульс нашему экономическому сотрудничеству. Мы возлагаем по итогам нашей встречи.
My friend, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका और
еще раз хотел бы поприветствовать вас и вашу делегацию в Индии.
Господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, прежде всего спасибо большое за приглашение. И за вчерашний очень добрый вечер.
And for yesterday's evening too.
Очень полезная беседа.
We had a friendly and at the same time a very substantial.
Трудно рассказать о том, что происходит на как раз украинском направлении.
I could share a great.
Занимается совместно с некоторыми другими партнерами, в том числе с Соединенными Штатами.
And the actions we are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible
усилия, направленные на разрешение этой ситуации. Что касается наших отношений, то они действительно носят очень глубокий какими бы эпитетами его не украшали, важно другое, важно содержание.
It's not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, уделяете этому тоже очень большое личное внимание.
To that.
За прошедшие годы нами проделана очень большая работа в
relationship.
И по мере развития наших стран, по мере развития экономик,
and our economies move forward, we have more opportunities for cooperation.
Связанные с высокими технологиями,
including those related to
авиации, космоса, высоких технологий в
aircraft, space exploration, high-tech and artificial intelligence. In cooperation in the military and technical area.
Мы намерены двигаться по подчеркивает уровень, характер и доверительность наших связей.
This once again
в преддверии этого визита.
Our teams have done a great work before this visit.
Подготовлен целый ряд. Есть возможность на чем-то остановиться, что-то обсудить дополнительно.
We have
Сегодняшний рабочий день завершим с хорошим результатом.
I'm sure. Thank you very much.
All right, so lots of and in a sense, the takeaway from so far of the visit, I would suggest, he spoke about the Ukraine crisis. He spoke about India not being not neutral, on the side of peace, hope for global peace and progress. Very significantly, Vladimir working on. He says that he shared Ukraine details with India.
विश्व बहुत बड़ी ताकत को शांति के रास्ते पर चलना है. We all have to walk on the path of peace. For the third or the fourth time that he's making it clear, we are not a new शांति के हर प्रयास के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़े हैं. We are on the side. An end to the conflict without saying it in so many words. We are on the side of peace.
Yeah,
third time.
It is, and also it's interesting because this perhaps would have been a part of the talk. But US is watching closely, of course, and perhaps they'll be a bit happy today that this is that India is on the side of peace, while you have Trump there trying to send his people across.
See, the fact that the Prime Minister has said it once, I'm forgetting which summit it was where he said it.
He said it in Kiev when he went to visit Zelensky.
Not just to Zelensky, but I'm saying to Putin. Said it over a phone call as well, so that's probably 4 times.
And he said, I've repeatedly been talking to you about
so this kind of
Ukraine, and this is out in External Affairs Ministry statements as well. This is what the Prime Minister said in Moscow. To the war between Russia and Ukraine. He's just saying the same things in different words.
And this line on a peaceful settlement. So here the Prime Minister saying, listen, be walking. Tara Kartha joins us now on this broadcast, and a peaceful settlement.
Big words.
Your first thoughts, ma'am?
See, this is practical politics. We need peace in Russia because otherwise you're coming in because they don't have the bandwidth to give you that stuff. One. Number two, across, you need private investment to go there. Nobody is going to go as long as there is a war. Petersburg route, that again, I mean, you can't, I mean, it's all very absolutely true. It goes beyond, there's a certain continuity to it. But the base, there are limits to what you can do as long as this war goes on. Of defense. So those are things we would like to perhaps, I mean, you're now it's good for us. It's as simple as that. So it's not just, peace for peace.
Now, in terms of India, you have the biggest trading partner, and then you. For Prime Minister Modi and his government, it's about walking that fine line, ma'am.
Much of your purchases for the Indian Ocean side, when you're talking of the Navy, you're talking for MH-60 helicopter sustainment with the US. Navy related is largely now going to the US. Your GE engines are submarine, which is great, but that's how it is in terms of the sea-based systems. Land, you cannot marry these two. The Sukhoi deal that earlier by the Air Force themselves. Let's see how that goes. But again, they start giving you ability to make spares here. Is not healthy for the relationship. It's high time we move to getting spares made here.
Also joining us live, Vasudha, bilateral meeting underway. We've just heard key. Take us through what we should expect. MOUs to be signed, no big defense deals on the agenda. Point as well from India. Ukraine was the focus of that discussion between the two leaders.
That's right, Vedika. In fact, Ukraine was a big talking point amongst its position. Remember, it was just last year that the Prime Minister made it a point to tell Mr. Putin, President Putin, that battlefield, India has remained consistent in this position, even while maintaining its multi-alignment. Its interest with the West and also maintaining its time-tested friendship with Russia. The Prime In fact, he has also given President Putin a copy of the Gita of war. So clearly many symbolic undertones there. But the bilateral meetings that are going to happen. One is that India-Russia Cooperation Pact is going to be signed, in which there is going to be grown that can be expanded, and there is a trade deficit between India and Russia that needs to be solved. Labor mobility fact, and of course there's something expected on shipping as well, specifically on the project related
settlement comment by the leaders. What's the exchange that's just taken place?
एक्सेलेंसी पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं, भारत का पक्ष है। करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आप हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार बात संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। तो और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं। एक्सेलेंसी में भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर बचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
TV. We'll keep an eye on what's happening between Putin and Modi, and we'll update you as soon as. Just look at these 10 images from different cities in the country. Passengers courtesy Indigo, once considered the most reliable airline. Delhi to Mumbai to Goa to Jaipur to Kolkata to Chennai to Hyderabad. Completely jammed, their systems are overwhelmed at this point of time. I want you to take a look.
Joining me here, his flight has also been cancelled. Where were you?
Got to know about it when I was on my way, particularly, and I was just about to reach the airport. It took me around 2 hours to stand on that line and to get to know about the flight being. Yeah, display board it's showing that the check-in is still going on. I'm not sure the thing is not about the full compensation
so
as well.
Yeah, exactly. Have you been told when is your
for today? We can try for tomorrow, not for today. And since we are possibility of getting any flight by today,
yeah.
Even the connecting one.
And with no information, and even with other airlines, this to the other airlines, so the prices, the airfares have skyrocketed.
Airport as hundreds of passengers with Indigo tickets have got stranded. Passengers with Indigo tickets as Indigo flights across the country have been of a major disruption and hardship. passengers are stranded. With other flights, as they say, tickets have become very, very expensive. Some long time to come. Tell us about your situation.
I have to go and join there yesterday itself, but then flight got cancelled. We are just standing here in the airport. We have a child of 2 years old. To us before, so that we do not have to.
What are your options now?
We have.
हमारी फ्लाइट थी लेकिन वो अब कैंसल हुई है 5 बजे तक हमें
You're traveling to Visakhapatnam.
now.
Today cancel all the flights. So reschedule.
Passengers hope this will come to an end soon. Today there's no fresh to normalize operations soon. At the Chennai airport,
airports in India as Indigo flights remain delayed and cancelled in Indigo has been cancelled and delayed due to certain challenges that the 20 departure and before time arrival remained delayed and cancelled, leaving passengers holiday season in the country the year end. I have some passengers with me.
We have been known. We thought that it will be delayed, so we crossed our fingers and came here and figured out that it has been. But right now we got a email which said that your flight is we figured it out here. About rescheduling.
After rescheduling multiple times, now it got for Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Coimbatore, Trichy or any other airports. Chennai, and there is no flight today, tomorrow. Any Chennai flight today is at can allow prices to go up. There has to be a price bracket of any airline.
Over there, these are ordinary commuters, citizens. They are livid. Somebody could. Parents
you can't get to where you want to go. You can't.
And the pictures there of,
communication.
That's the worst. So, Tanushka, in fact, and let's go straight across to our colleagues. You've got Deepak.
Go across to Deepak and Ratnadeep who are waiting. We were talking about this 30 seconds back. The number of flights available for me to book, 0. Why? Because there are no Indigo flights which are. They've tweeted this out. All Indigo flights from Delhi to all across the country on any airline. Why? Simply because all other seats would have been booked. September 6th, one way, Delhi to Mumbai, on Make My Trip, there is 24,088 rupees. I thought that's an anomaly. Let's move on to other. Tomorrow to Bombay is costing 25,161 rupees.
I'm
Just
looking
one
at
sector.
Calcutta now.
Yeah.
Delhi to Kolkata tomorrow. SpiceJet flight at 10:20.
Of this, where is the Ministry of Civil Aviation?
Where is the minister?
But let's
Shouldn't
go.
the ministry be in this
No,
fashion?
it's extortion. There's no two ways of.
And you're going to
across to
have
our
a spillover
reporters as well.
effect on the trains as well. This one picture which has just been put out by a viewer in Bengaluru, Kempu, kind of bus terminals we used to see about a couple of decades ago. You know, you've got hundreds of. What are those around you telling you?
Here, I'm going to just first show you pictures of what's the scene here at the Indigo departure gate, and you can see at least about 100-150 people waiting, and most of these people have here. They've been agitated as soon as they see some of us from the media reporting it. They
त्रिपाठी फ्रॉम मुंबई सर, मेरी फ्लाइट थी 2 बजे की, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन है ही नहीं। कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, कोई जानकारी नहीं है, इवन को बता भी नहीं रहे हैं कि जो सामान मोस्टली सारी ट्रैफिक कैंसिल, फ्लाइट कैंसिल।
आपको भी आपका जा रहे हैं?
मैं शरद अभी हाल, अब जब मैंने यहाँ पर अभी सुबह ट्राई किया तो पूरे इंडिकेटर मोबाइल पे भी दिखा रहा है कि आपका फ्लाइट टाइम। देख रहा हूँ कि साहब फ्लाइट आपका कैंसिल। मैंने डीजी यात्रा देखा, बोले कैंसिल। आप बोले काउंटर पे चले जाइए। जब मैं
That's a big problem. You know, on one hand, people can have, I mean, yes, there are cancellations. Indigo has he mentioned about a wedding, and I just want to highlight this story that has now come to the fore from Hubli. This happened where a couple from Bhubaneswar were supposed to reach Hubli, and they couldn't really online for their own reception. Let me try and get in a word. I just spoke to a few of them a little while earlier. Just give us a little bit of a lowdown on how long have you been waiting. If you could just turn around for the cameras.
And I've traveled like around 2.5 hours to reach here.
Yeah.
And when I come here, there are no flights. I think the next Indigo flight is in the late evening.
Yeah.
And I don't know about a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. And stories like this, of course, are very, very clarity as to what's coming their way. There are random reasons that are being given by the airline. It is cancelled. Some of them say the flight is going to be delayed. Now here you have a young child, and imagine tell me, how difficult has it been waiting here?
See, I cannot even call on the customer care. What not?
Where are you trying to fly to?
We are trying to fly to Delhi.
Solutions at this point in time are very few. Yes, they have admitted that there's a shortage of really be stranded in the fashion that they have been will be of great help to the commuters.
Own wedding reception online, and that's not even the least of what is she supposed to do. At the very least, what someone can do flyer of a commuter who got contradictory messages. Thank you for checking in. We welcome you on board. What is this person supposed to do?
In the direct line of
inside the airport terminal, I heard a horror story of somebody who was actually made to get whether they are going to board the flight, whether the flight is going to take off. And the last update that we've seen 36 p.m. when the Civil Aviation Minister said, reviewed the operations of Indigo. Officials at the ministry to keep a close watch on the network and directed Indigo to normalize the operations. Yesterday and today, things have devolved and have become worse. All support to the stranded passengers. I think we can safely say none of that has happened.
All right, we're going to go across to Ratnadeep now. New Delhi today, Indigo flights, which means that there won't be flights even returning from Bengaluru, as bad as the national capital at this point.
That got cancelled out of Guwahati, and several flights were delayed for hours together, but the situation flights to Northeast India, particularly Guwahati airport, from where we are reporting. Is a key hub for regional connectivity within the Northeast. And remember, Indigo the Northeast. For example, the connectivity between Guwahati to Aizawl, you can see here, we are refund. They're asking for if there are alternate people who are waiting. All the way from different places of Northeast. Remember,
there seems to be a connectivity issue there. Ratnadeep, we're going to come back to you, but just to let you will not be operating flights in terms of departures from the New Delhi airport. Those are the latest. With more news on the Indigo crisis, the meltdown, and moments from now.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में सबकी रक्षा करें।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर।
अपार देश का तार।
21 days in Kashmir. People saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. Smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has suddenly people are wondering about the weapon. Believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shivarur, NDTV.
All right, a complete meltdown as far as Indian aviation is concerned. What I'm going to try and do, how India's most reliable airline has seen this cascading network issue. Essentially, a safety regulation which governs the number of hours that pilots can. Pilots, you don't want our pilots to be tired, right? So let's take a look at what the old rules. 36 hours that was allowed. In other words, pilots did not in Indigo and it's come into place in 2 tranches. That says that they need to be 48 consecutive day off. There has to be 2 days right off. So with 2 days off, you can operate on night sectors between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. Now, this becomes problematic, and I will explain to you in a little while why it has to. Talking about the maximum flight duty period for night operations. Remember, many of to 10 hours. What does that mean? It means that to operate the number of flights, let's move to the next point, and the next point will give you the maximum number of landings up to 6 times. That's come down to just 2, but airlines are now in trouble. Then, and you have a certain number of flights as per your schedule. And operate them. So there's that weekly rest hour chaos. The number it has meant, as far as Indigo is concerned, that they just don't have fastest growing in the world. They've been inducting aircraft sometimes once a week. They point over here, in the old rules, a fatigue risk management system monitored risks. Now the government has said, can we ruled out that fatigue is something that needs to be mandated. If Indigo were to operate their existing number of flights any more pilots. So what is the shortage of pilots? They are 900. $205 pilots short for first officers. That's what this is what the numbers are, what they actually have. This is what they have, and I gave you the numbers prior to this of the shortage, which are. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with a lot more.
Across the country,
witnessed history being made in global capital security and international affairs. Like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Putin says Namaste India. The autonomy, the big
कंधा मिलाकर चले.
strategic shifts and the global impact. Summit on NDTV 24/7.
Argue, I conclude. This isn't a free-for-all. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Because the buck stops here.
Stories the way they need to be told.
Welcome back. We're being told that no flights, Indigo flights, will be taking off at least till midnight, which headlines at this hour. Indigo crisis escalates and leads to detail. Aviation regulator says as per Indigo, flights cancelled till 3 this. Passenger chaos at multiple airports across the country. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute very little communication, passengers claim, coming from the Indigo ground staff at this point. Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin discuss war and peace. The war in Ukraine. The latest in the Deepening against DMK in Chennai, and Stalin says Madurai must choose between There's good news for home buyers as your EMIs are set to get cheaper. Over 500 Indigo flights have been cancelled this morning. That's a huge number that we're talking about. And what's all Indigo flights till midnight are cancelled. Indigo itself has disputed this claim. The airline flights each have been cancelled in Bengaluru and Mumbai, and nearly 100 flights cancelled in with little or no communication, with no crew member to handle their passengers. According to these passengers, there was no food or accommodation even provided. Airport passengers were seen arguing with the CISF guards as hundreds of passengers were saying that they are sorry for not being able to live up to the promises.
Is that what we're looking at over here? And we've got these pictures on your screen. And in Indian civil aviation, apart from when you have a tragedy like AI-17. Single crisis in Indian civil aviation, if you've got India's largest carrier It's a cascading situation. Their network is entirely shot. Tens of thousands here, 200 flights cancelled here. Can I just suggest that the actual numbers may be much larger? Of today, we might well be in a situation where it's more than 500.
Which is already more than 25% of what they operate.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And with no Indigo flights departing from Delhi, that's what the airline, I beg your pardon, incredible crisis which the airline faces. And you know what we were doing is also focusing passengers. If you're a passenger and you're looking to travel, for example, camera person to zoom in over here on one of these cameras, if you can just move to the camera and zoom in. And on Make My Trip, I tried to book a ticket between Delhi the flagship route within the country, zero, right? Why? Because tomorrow, and so I got on to Make My Trip. I typed New Delhi to Mumbai. Try and make it a little bit more clear, and it shows a SpiceJet flight. ₹8. This is absolutely incredible. This is a one-way ticket to which all airlines. Now take a look at this in this Air India flight. I've got up over here. An Air India flight tomorrow, 2200 hours, 10 p.m., 25,000 price, 25,001. So the point that we are trying to make, Vedika, and situation, what other airlines are essentially doing is extortion. Now, this a free market system in civil aviation, the best must survive. So think of this, a young student, a 19 or 20-year-old student, Indigo, where is she or he going to find $25,000?
Numbers flashing on our screens. We want to hear about your plight. And before we go back to Padmaja, Mr. Srinath is calling us. Mr. Sriraj is calling us. You're at a lot of Indigo flights have been cancelled.
Yeah, thanks for patching up. My name is Sriraj. Since this morning from 6:30, and it was only at 12 o'clock she was told. You see, these problems do occur. These are all technical issues. There are two. We have a very unexperienced minister there. Okay, one. And what image does it create within the country and internationally? This has got nothing to do with politics. This has got everything to do with common sense. Because they have been very rigid in their activity right from day one. Look at Air India. After even having an accident, shunned this. That is the way they treat people. So both these people should be.
All right, but
thank you.
We're just trying to ask you a question. If I can just pipe in over here.
Yeah, my wife was there at around 6 o'clock for check-in. This board, the electronic display board didn't have any information about that flight. Baggage, she had only hand baggage. After 5 hours of no information, frustrated manner.
All right.
In fact, we are also hearing now of people who are completely terrible, because it's the ground staff which really is, the butt. This has also been taken up during 0 hour in the Rajya Sabha early in the morning. Demanded a statement from the Civil Aviation Minister inside Parliament on what. Look, we are trying to do better, but this is called comfort. Look at the level of chaos. High Commissioner of Singapore in India tweeting out saying, I joined the tens of sincere apologies to my young staff waiting for me to attend his shadi, lost for words. Who you are, you just left stranded there, and there is absolutely no communication, and that is
all right, I'm going to take our viewers through some of the big developments, Vishnu and Padmaja, at this point. Chaos and flights have been cancelled by the airlines today. Remember, there were about 550 flights across airports across the country as passengers struggle to gain clarity on their travel plan.
Goa. That's some of the other details that we are getting.
So, Padmaja, these numbers at this what's eventually going to happen by midnight. This is an airline, the largest in the country. Whether how many flights are actually going to end up operating by the end of today.
This figure of 500 on our screen. This is a rough figure because Indigo, what we were being told by NDTV Profit is, their proposal was till. What's going to happen now?
They're going to have to cut down, in my opinion, on the. They don't have enough pilots for the planes that they operate. They are presently short as per the new government rules which have been allowed. Now the DGCA, the regulator, sometime in 10th of February, we'll ease back or roll back some of the new safety guidelines. Work back in order, but we are seeing a cascading impact. For example, Padmaja, want to be rebooked into the future or in the future, how exactly do they make these bookings?
New meeting, to the best of my knowledge, this is the one that was held yesterday. Since today, at the airport, there is no fresh information of any review meeting. Around close to 10 o'clock at night, that he has instructed Indigo Singapore. his tweet from early this morning. As of today, Vishnu, what stops Indigo? For today, your flights are gone.
No,
There are
so
flights
they've
today.
done that. But the thing is, I think the situation is now Delhi. So she got a message this morning saying that her flight had been cancelled. So that they intended to operate a certain number of flights as well. And the big question mark now at all.
Okay.
Now, so, I think that's where a lot of these passengers were.
Where were you set to go and what happened?
Oh, actually on 3rd. At 5 and reach Chandigarh at 9:30. For 5 hours. Only to reach Chandigarh. Yesterday I was supposed to take, today I'm supposed to take a flight. Road from Chandigarh to Delhi to hopefully catch a flight tomorrow. Bihar and a couple of them, they everything only to reach there and to be told the flight is cancelled. Now they missed horrendous. I don't know why is this called.
No, but John, just did your friend.
No message at all. In fact, they were getting, so, and then I cancelled my flight. So with all this chaos, so I don't know whether we'll be reimbursed because fare we are refunded only $1,000.
Oh wow!
So anyway.
Is give a full refund. Immediately, people who are waiting for their luggage homes, or if some connecting flights, some alternatives can be provided there, because people what you had to go through. I'm hoping that you're able to get back, if not today, as soon as in Delhi, when people simply ran out of patience. Here's what happened.
Commotion that is ensuing because of the cancellations of Indigo flights. Remember, this is a swarm of people present here at the check-in desk.
For everyone, what are you going to do?
We go out. Passengers here who are also delayed with respect to their flights and cancellations. Flight is now cancelled.
My name is Ravi Gwalani. I am a chartered accountant by profession. By 11:55 flight, Indigo, and when I came, then I came to know that rescheduled. They said yes, it can be rescheduled to 3:40 flight. When I asked them, the flight was cancelled, then why you gave me this again rescheduled one?
Yeah.
Here, no airport
What
authority.
has Indigo been telling you?
Nothing. Just this. It will run or not. No proper answer. No authentic answer. Even I. responsible. Tell us exact situation. I want to know exact problem.
You also tell us now.
Since morning we are standing here, we know there is no other option. We have to find our own. For any in charge of accountability of what they are doing, they really don't know how. They don't know even. So
now that Indigo,
there should be someone.
Said that no flights will fly out of Delhi airport until midnight. What train? Exactly. So this is how we're kind of going back to basics at this. It's because of the entire massive meltdown of the skies that Indigo's been having at.
You're stranded, you're strained, and you have no answers from Indigo. Reet is joining us from the newsroom. Sites, and you see that the fares have been jacked up manifold. Reet, over to you.
Weight of course, the grounded planes, the grounded flights on your pocket. And I'm just going to show you. As my colleague was also mentioning about how passengers are looking to book from different websites for different. Understand that if you are traveling from New Delhi to Bangalore, imagine this is the cost of the flight. Have a round trip from back and forth from, of course, Delhi to Bangalore. So imagine 40,000 you have to pay. Same route tomorrow. It's costing you about 37,000. This is, of course, a staggering amount. So, of course, you can see that, this is the price. And apart from this, I'm also going to show you other locations. You can 9,160, which is, of course,
9,000
right, absolutely, which is, and apart from this, you look at tomorrow as well. If you're looking for flights for tomorrow, you can also see that, and on this flight, that in this specific flight, it has 2 stops. So imagine, despite 2 stops, it's going to. If you look at other routes as well, you can see that, of course, from Mumbai to New Delhi is costing you. Especially those who are already in distress and are trying to figure out different mediums. Remember that they've already paid Indigo. Moment, I'm also going to take you through different routes. If you're traveling from Mumbai to Srinagar, it could cost you. This is also a flight which has 1 stop in New Delhi. So this is not even a direct flight, and it's going to cost you about 44 to 45,000 rupees. Remember, that is a staggering amount. And back and forth without it costing you this much. And imagine this is the cost. If you look at other places as well, you could travel from New Delhi to Singapore in 20,000. Imagine the difference, because travel from, of course, about even half the amount to a place abroad. Similar is, of course, with 10,000 in about if you're going to Bangalore.
All right, I'm just going to come back to Reet in half a second from now. There's a Director General published weekly rest. Now, this is one of the criteria among many that the paragraph stipulating that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest, and whereas regarding continuity of operations, it's been considered necessary to review the that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest is hereby want our viewers to understand that there is one clause to rules, but with the withdrawal of this one clause, the government is trying to ensure withdrawal of the pilot order. It's a partial withdrawal of for safety grounds. Once again, for the benefit of our viewers, this is a move. Soon will it take impact in terms of the network of Indigo getting fixed.
How is this going to ease the backlog that we are seeing right now when they say part of today's order? How is this going to ease the situation, practically speaking?
I don't understand that through the withdrawal of one order,
the amount of resting hours will be slightly reduced. I mean, I don't. You will have more hands on the deck, as it were.
one of the aspects which will ultimately govern more pilots who are possibly available right now in terms of granted to pilots as opposed to 36 hours earlier on. Those 48 consecutive Monday, Tuesday, whatever it is, that was something that impacted the number of it was brought down from 13 hours to 10 hours. So in other words, airlines have rostered a certain number of the new rules for fewer hours. Most significantly, perhaps maximum night rules. The newer rules have brought that down to 2. And so as a result of all of on a certain number of routes, all of a sudden, because of the new rules, right, and the rules are for your flight safety, but as a result of the new rules, right, the airline 935 commanders for Indigo, massively short on the number of pilots that could actually.
So essentially what Tanushka here is explaining is that there was a weekly rest, the 48 hours weekly rest that Vishnu was talking about. Say, okay, your leave is also a part of this weekly rest. So now that has been done away with. Come back on duty, so at least you will have more people, more pilots.
If I apply for leave on Monday onwards, then my leave actually begins. Is your day off, right?
And it's also your leave.
And it's also your leave.
It's also your leave. So suppose you wanted. This is your leave. Your weekly off. You know, so somebody who's done roster. Hopefully this should mitigate, but is this enough? That remains the crucial question.
What happens with them? And how long will this take for Indigo really to put into
a calming hand. You know, they need somebody, more people there who are at need more voices. Deepak Bopanna is still live with us. Deepak, but has the news reached the people? Is there any kind of communication counter when people reach the airport? What is the kind of response that they are getting? People whose luggage has already been checked in and they're simply just waiting at the terminal wondering.
Well, all of the concerns that you just mentioned, I've heard most of them expressed. People, that's what they're getting to see on the big screen as they come here. There are dozens and dozens of people who are getting a word from a few of them who've been waiting. Tell me, man, where are you trying to fly to? What are the concerns you've been facing?
Message that it is cancelled.
Okay.
When I was on way to the airport.
Until then, nobody told you anything. A while ago, I spoke to a few people who told me that this could be a deliberate attempt by would indirectly pressurize the government to, change certain rules, tweak them so that Indigo doesn't have expressed concerns over. Let me speak to a few more of them. Tell me how difficult.
3 hours.
Where are you trying to fly to? What are the problems?
I'm planning to fly to Mumbai and I have a connecting flight as the flights. It still shows as confirmed, but I don't know what the refund status. Yeah. Well, so a lot of people are facing issues, and
you can see the queues, of course. And how difficult has it been? It's cancelled for you. So what do you plan to do next?
Now, I'm flying back the day after. So they have not given me any confirmation or we are not going to go from here. And it's been terrible. We planned a holiday to Tripura and it's all cancelled. Obviously, so this is the first time, and Indigo shouldn't have done this to their pilot. It's wrong.
Yeah.
You can't just work on your bottom line and not care about.
They knew the deadline. Do you feel that it was a fault of Indigo to not really adhere to this?
Yes. These policies were done in 2024, so we are in the end of 2025.
Absolutely.
They have, I think, the major market share.
Yeah. Huge amounts of money. This is a service that they expect to be flawless, but here to have their. Why are people having to face these problems now? It's not as if, the to hire new staff, if they had to hire new pilots, whatever needed to be done should have been done. Booking, but after being made available, after paying huge amounts of money, then lines is of course a huge problem, and the people are suffering. There are people from different Hubli, where a couple had to even attend their own reception online. So you can see the myriad
of she had to go for Asthi Visarjan. She had to go immerse her late father's ashes, and there she is.
tell us what's going on behind you. There has been, like we've just heard, that the aviation regulator Padmaja asked Deepak, has there been any communication on the ground? If not,
sorry to interrupt you. I think we quickly play out for our viewers. Coming to you, Ashish. Thank you for your patience. Coming to you.
A lot of these passengers, there are passengers here from all, this. कब से कैंसिल है? अभी यहाँ पे कब से? 2 दिन से कैंसिल है. 2 दिनों से दिल्ली से कलकत्ता, दिल्ली से हैदराबाद तक, हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक, कलकत्ता का And what have Indigo been telling you?
Was appropriate. 24 hours, and now they are telling again for after 2 days.
आपको जाना किधर है अभी? कोलकाता एंड कोलकाता की
charges are very high, 40,000, 50,000, and we are.
So clearly here, the struggles of the middle class society here at other airlines airfares are skyrocketing. Just as we were talking to this woman here, she is with 2 children at the airport since the past 2 days with no recourse, no.
मैं कल जोधपुर से दिल्ली के फ्लाइट में आया. कल मेरा बैगेज का कोई पता नहीं है. आई एम रनिंग ए हाई टेम्परेचर ऑन दिस स्मॉल जैकेट, और हमको ये बोल दिया कि आपका फ्लाइट रीशेड्यूल कर दिया है, आप जाओ. हमको कुत्तों के जैसे बाहर निकाल के भेज दिया कि यहाँ पे कोई रूम अवेलेबल नहीं है. रात को 12 पैसे से आज सवेरे की फ्लाइट आए, सवेरे की फ्लाइट वापस बोल रहे हैं कि कैंसिल है. To even come and give us a solution for this. There are thousands of passengers all on standards. Unless and otherwise, government and airport authority comes and gives a solution.
All right, big news coming in right now. Even as this crisis is festering, some mitigating action has been taken. Has withdrawn a part of the pilot rest order with the Home Minister. Things will take some time to ease out because the real crisis is not no communication. They are worried about where they are going to go next, and that really remains. Simply not knowing what to do next.
I think the government also is really firefighting, taking these steps to withdraw or to postpone or to hold in abeyance some of the new system is in free fall, right? Let's accept that. Now, what happened last night is that they announced that many stars, the number of flights that you could operate at night, etc., they were going to, on the request with one more order on leave and rest hours, right? Holding that work with the number of pilots who they actually have. This is a crisis because these airlines to meet the new guidelines. So they brought back these guidelines. One new guideline has been brought. Eases the pressure on the airline. We don't know how long. As of today, network.
Just going to say it bluntly. What is stopping Indigo from putting at the counter saying, look, there is a problem. We're going to help you out. The lead come up against a wall. They have got no intimation. Akhilesh Sharma is joining us live. What are the next steps discussed, the immediate steps?
The government sources are telling us that in June this notification was issued and recruiting only few days back. So that actually raises serious questions, and the government has intervened. We have Aviation Minister Mr. Naidu has spoken to Mr. Amit Shah, and after that this decision was a few MPs who have actually raised this issue in Parliament that some sort of penalty should the aircraft should be grounded, so that some messages sent to the airline for the government is very serious on this issue, and there is demand by the MPs that some sort of action should be taken.
About the fact that the top leadership of the government had to intervene. That's when the DG plenty of time to implement, but they simply did no planning, and it has led. Yeah, they haven't. I mean, basically they said, fine, you have told us to implement the rules. Step back, and that's what has happened, Akhilesh. In that sense, like you mentioned, they had all this time. And they just sat on their hands.
That's correct. In fact, if you go through the timeline to take the necessary steps which are required as per the DGCA directions, and many MPs have raised at this point. Many MPs have actually complained to the Civil Aviation Minister suffering because of the cancellation of Indigo flights, and after that they were told December 6 months have passed, but since then Indigo has not done any action. It is not. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a suggestion that some sort of stern action should.
Thanks for joining us live there with that big breaking news coming in. The Home Minister also stepping in to make sure. Ashish, who's been standing by very patiently, joining us live from Hyderabad. Ashish, has this news for some information to come in, be it from Indigo or the DGCA in this case?
Talk about RGI, Rajiv Gandhi International Airport of Hyderabad is one of the busiest airport of the country, and you can they are passengers. They are just looking at this information board, trying to find out your flight and any information, any message you have received.
So my flight is at Whether it's flying today or whether it's not flying today. I'm trying to find the information online. I don't see that as well. 2 hours even to just get information about the flight.
And you are flying to which place, sir?
I'm flying to Bangalore.
You are received any information?
I have not got any update as of now.
This is one passenger. We will try to speak to.
I'm traveling to Patna. I received actually in the night the message that I can. One message, flight is cancelled, and again after that again I received the message, then you can start your boarding. But it is just stuck up in the other messages because I was also receiving the message for the web chat. You know, flight is cancelled.
And you have received any kind of other information about your.
Your full amount refund in your account. But
So you was expecting some kind of telephonic.
Receive the one telephonic conversation or continuous some kind of the mail or the message that cancelled. If we are going to book in another airline, then the cost is almost 5.
That flight cost also has increased. Some time back, in fact, I was checking an booking in some other airlines, and the flight cost from Hyderabad to Mumbai 9,000 to 30,000, and from Delhi which is 40 or in fact 50,000. So this is the long queue outside the flight. Largely their flights are either cancelled or rescheduled, and they are waiting for.
अभी फ्लाइट ड्यू टाइम दिखा रहा है, बट गेट पे बोल रहा है कैंसिल होगा.
कहाँ जा रहे हैं? कहाँ की फ्लाइट?
अगरतला की.
अगरतला की. कितने बजे की फ्लाइट थी?
फ्लाइट 2 बजे.
You are flying?
I'm flying to Qatar. Actually, my cancellation.
You are trying to find out more information.
Yes, exactly.
At this moment, you've got a statement, Vishnu, from Indigo.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's if India are now saying we confirm that all Indigo domestic flights departing from Delhi airport I spoke to sources within Indigo and I was told that that information they disputed it because unlike others we check, right? So I check. So we confirm that all Indigo domestic flights departing from Delhi airport on the 5th of December stand cancelled. Stakeholders who've been significantly impacted by these unforeseen events to support our affected hotel accommodation. Actually, the hotel accommodation is significant. Assistance in retrieving their luggage and food. Requested to get in touch with our ground staff at Delhi airport for guidance regarding luggage.
Passengers are saying, Vishnu, very significant, but passengers are apparently saying that this is not true. They have.
I mean, it's a maze in there.
Who's going to disburse this stuff?
The thousands of people standing there, where are you going to find?
You've got slogans of Indigo, Murdabad, Indigo, hi, hi happening. requested to get in touch. Well, that's exactly what they have been trying to do since 6 in the morning. Look at these. Over there, where is the Indigo staff?
Yeah.
And
this
in
is
a sense, you
CIS have to have
it. They've just walked away because they can't be handling, especially when they don't know. Yes, we'll give you hotel accommodation.
Exactly.
No, they don't.
And
they are getting no communication.
Also very important to note, probably trained to handle maybe 5 or 6 irate passengers.
Absolutely.
If you've got
safety
information, it becomes a safety issue, it becomes a security issue, it becomes passengers. Before we proceed with our coverage, guys, I've come from upstairs. I just want to tell all of our viewers, visitors here at the NDTV studio, that there's a lot of misinformation flying around, but everybody here accurate information. We've been taking the pains to verify information because I want to tell all of our viewers, we will not be backing down on that. There may be a few minutes of NDTV, you will get accurate information because that is literally the difference between
of civil aviation from the DGCA himself, which it's a signed appeal. And pilots amidst the ongoing travel disruptions. This is India's aviation regulation. Deal with this situation in light of the current disruptions in Indigo, where several flights across the country disruptions have led to delays, passenger inconvenience. As we now approach the fog season, that's another that the industry prepares for even greater operational challenges. This is the regulator warning pilots. Expected to rise sharply. Weather-related impacts may further complicate scheduling. Associations and pilots. Number one, maintain stable and smooth flight operations. Strengthened coordination between pilots and airlines. This appeal is being made with a deep respect. In India's aviation ecosystem, we trust in your sense of duty, professionalism, and
cooperate. This is like asking your people, please cooperate.
This is the regulator telling pilots and pilot bodies who are very active. Now, please, we have a rail crisis now. Please work. Tougher situations going forward in the marriage season, in the fog season. But I would just say, Shiv, that it's who knows when it's going to fall back into place.
You know, should we?
Yeah, let's get Captain Sam Thomas up, please, as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's get Captain
in light
Sam
of what the
Thomas. Because the DGCA notice that we just read out, guys, has been addressed to in the country. This is actually historic. Vishnu, you've been covering civil aviation a really long time. Reaching appeal has gone out to pilots saying, think of passengers.
This is possibly to the selective, and I quote, selective and unsafe dispensation granted to Indigo Around 1 p.m. says, this decision taken despite repeated representations, formal letters and compromised the safety of the flying public.
So can I explain what this means?
Yeah.
This is absolutely their act together, hire enough pilots. Obviously, they need to be trained for safe operations. Indigo didn't do that. This landed up in the High Court. As a result of that, this was at a certain stage, Indigo or perhaps others felt that no, this will get pushed back further. What happened? The rules have come into place and the airline is non-compliant. They are five commanders short, 205 first officers short. This is DGCA. In the press release, the DGCA said, Indigo has said, please roll this back. The regulator has said that, no, 1 second, we will roll back one item. But
there the pilots are protesting and saying, well, you are...
this is not a pilot protest to me, Padmaja. This is a passengers about passenger convenience, and that's so important. So many how can an airline decide they won't follow the rules?
But this is, of course, the top focus here on NDTV. Back in
आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी
और आप देश के अंदर सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार
Frontline.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. In interviews,
it's incredible.
He has seen history break live. Broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard.
In Italy. At Srinagar. And it's Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom.
News is the NDTV app.
इंडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं।
This one is truly special. Something that's seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. Harmony of Hearts. See you, Delhi.
Is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. To be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them.
Days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an From the line of control, there were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. Family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Suddenly, people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and I'm about to.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at
Shivarur, NDTV.
Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made. Complex issues of national security and international affairs. National affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Crucial meet. Putin says Namaste India. The
कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
strategic shifts. Modi-Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
They argue, I conclude. Stop. No filler, no fog. Only the facts. At 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
An industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
A very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot.
Get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments
We will be tracking this kiosk live. Let's take you through the headlines at the start. The airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight tonight. Indigo disputes the details. There is a statement being issued by the airline. Pilot arrest order. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to the Aviation Minister. Multiple airports across the country, Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Little community take care of the passengers or their luggage. Prime Minister Modi says India is firmly on side of peace. Putin assures a peaceful solution. And good news for home buyers as your EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI
Welcome back. The big news that we are breaking to you at this moment, all Indigo flights has come now from Indigo. Remember, you heard it first right here on NDTV. Has relaxed the rest rules for pilots that were really at the center. Indigo did not factor them in, and we're just trying to simplify the root cause of it came to a head, Shiv, Vishnu and Vedika, today when across the country communication, there are people there with infants, elderly people, they do not know what to do. But simplify for our viewers now exactly what happened.
Sure.
When
So, can I just say, as I answer that question of yours, to me, this crash, AI 171, that sort of thing, that's a different kind of crisis. This is the biggest Number two, this is a battle at one level between Indigo and the government. And by government, I mean it is his job to ensure that flight operations in India remain safe. In all years back, came out with new norms. They came out with these new norms because they were worried that pilots in place, so that when the new norms on fatigue come into effect, which they know. Whose fault is that? It is Indigo's fault. They have in fact admitted in their own press statement number for Indigo to have been able to handle their present route more commanders and 205 more first officers. So to make the situation better, they have withdrawn one provision. They have substituted for weekly rest is hereby withdrawn with immediate effect. I should mention, however, all of the clauses essentially which are part of the new norms to be withdrawn, so that but the bottom line remains this: passengers are being from the perspective of flight safety. If you've got a regulator trying to mandate norms,
and when the airline hasn't complied, you've actually given them that little bit of relaxation in the rule, and that is actually, to put it crudely, things got completely out of hand.
Yeah.
And they knew that the government Indigo got their way.
Indigo got their way. This is definitely a capitulation. I completely are on a knife's edge. They've got no margin, no elbow room for things going. Standard operating procedures mean this kind of chaos, I think, is a also to the government and the regulator itself. I agree with Vishnu entirely that the regulator, these messages that have come out from the DGCA, this cancellation confirmation that's come out about this not happening in the future, because ultimately the intent operating procedures are necessary from a safety standpoint. So how are we going to go into a regime where
word here, but it seems like the DGCA in this case is absolutely helpless. What they've done is they've while Indigo hasn't. You can see the mess on the, at the airports. You can see which they're not getting at this point.
And all of this has come on the back of the government today interview. Soon after we had that statement coming from the DGCA asking for cooperation of the pilots. The brought in not just for pilot safety and pilot rest, but for the safety of passengers. Across the board, not just to Indigo pilots, but to pilots across the board who are jeopardizing passenger safety. Is that there could be penalties for Indigo, and I think that should be key. They come at risk, inconveniencing them, and walk away from all of this by actually achieving what they want.
Vishnu, maybe you could throw light on this. They're saying, why is it that international flights of Indigo Airlines is what passengers are asking?
Well, just a fraction of flights that Indigo operates are international flights. There are many more concerned. Let's just go quickly across to our reporters at the stage. Who do we have up?
Yeah, we've got Pradeep.
So Pradeep, let's come to you first. Give us an idea of the situation around.
That's right from Jammu to Jaipur, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the problem remains same, and it seems to be aggravating. But 11 Indigo flights have been cancelled, and we have seen that since morning there had been argument going on. Convincing answer. Here you can see they are waiting here since morning. Let me speak to some of them. Alternate flight का कहाँ का 31 होना और आपका भी फ्लाइट से आप इस cancel, then there is no arrangement for the state. That's another problem we're facing. The third problem is that, and I think it would be more economical to reach London than to reach Ranchi, because for Ranchi it will be about 60,000 examination because of this no fault of theirs. They are suffering. So everybody is asking questions. Seen that the people since morning they are relining outside the registration counter trying flight cancelled. So for Kashmir Valley is concerned, about 10 flights cancelled. So in your future, because even if the experts are saying, even if they are going to immediately standard operation.
I just want to keep the strike rotating. Let's just quickly go across to our other correspondent.
Morning with hundreds of Indigo passengers waiting at the counter trying for rescheduling. Line, but they say they face multiple difficulties. One, even if they manage to get which not everyone can afford. Secondly, there are certain destinations where one just unimaginable, they don't know what to do. Thirdly, there's a category Spokespersons who have been coming on deadline, all those people are completely stranded. They don't know what. From the Indigo Airline as well. With me, a young student who said it has become for you now.
Well, I woke up in the morning, I was all excited with my more like a highway to hell right now. So we are moving into the accept now. Next option is definitely other airlines that can guarantee us getting us. I hope that does not cancel us.
In terms of pricing?
In terms of pricing, the price just for a nick of time.
Is pointing out this pricing, this predatory pricing that is taking getting what it wants at this point. DGCA has granted a temporary one. This exemption is till the 10th of February. So earlier, the rest rules were to utilize pilots for night duty till the 10th of February. The condition DGCA, which gives you details of actual utilization of crew, steps taken to enhance measures. The question is, will Indigo do any of this? Because, all right, so they are livid, they are angry. It's the ground staff which is really facing the brunt of it all.
The exemption that's been given to Indigo now on night duty is just a that nobody has a handle on this. I think Vishnu was right when he says everyone is feeling in the just look at the tempers and look at the situation there. You saw a man taking his shirt off. Now, guys, we've all been at counters there. We've all been in lines where we've felt aggrieved behind you. CISF staff standing there and zero clarity. You keep talking about who showed us the app. Tanushka. Okay, Tanushka's on the phone line with us. Tanushka. Indigo right now. What does that mean? Is that going to have any immediate?
So basically, DGCA has relaxed one clause which debars airlines to club as in to prevent such a situation from happening with other airlines. This measure
Tanushka, what has happened in the last 10 minutes is that in addition to that one guideline, on night duty from midnight to 5 a.m., right? So, night duty definition was 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. and for operations encroaching for the benefit of our viewers, there are 3 steps which the DGCA has done. They have not rolled back on perhaps the key one over here, weekly rest. Weekly rest. They have not rolled back on them. So, you know, Shiv, to me, this seems to be a battle handing out in drips.
No, does the regulator have a choice right now, Vishnu?
Is the
given angry, irritated passengers are getting is that the regulator has no power they're being forced to do is give out these incremental concessions. I'm sure there are going to be many more in the
populism. If I think the Directorate General of Civil Aviation standing up to peak fog season, extreme rushes because of marriage season, celebrations. Factors is when the DGCA, which is required to actually faced an airline which happens to be the biggest in the country, saying, sorry, we can't do it.
Essentially, what seems to, have dictated these moves is that this is a pressure. Single airport, people just standing there,
it's already exploded.
losing their mind. Talking about, how our next flight also, Raman, is going to be for 25, 30. Made available to them. So right now, the entire focus is let us. Because right now you go on a collision course with Indigo, they are only going to get their backs up. What's happening?
Well, Padmaja, the situation is very worst in Patna, and I want to. Patna is being cancelled across all the country, and flights from all the Indigo flights have been cancelled, and the fare prices of the flight is up to 25,000, and Patna to Mumbai price is up to 40,000. And chaos is already happening, going on. Earlier in the morning, the line accountability, and Indigo is not able to get back to the passengers, and problems you are facing.
Too much problem. They are not able to cope up with the passengers. They cancelled both the flight or only the Patna flight. So I have to go. I don't know how.
So see, these are the passengers who they are to flying abroad, and they are facing. Passengers is already is not been getting accountable. Some of the most passengers, sir, what problems you are facing at the Indigo?
Reoccurring. Yesterday also we had flight. They said we'll reschedule it for today. We gave us cab to come to Patna, and now we are there at Patna airport and our flights are cancelled.
Seeing at Patna airport, and the situation is very chaos. Answers from the Indigo side. So these are the situation, and the price of other airlines companies to Patna to across the different cities is Patna to Delhi, around 40,000 plus fare is being charged to the city, and I already at Patna airport.
Infant in arms, barely a year and a half old. Again, the same problem. Saying, we're very sorry, we can't do it without you. But, well, when they were needed,
Actually,
lot of these passengers. Point, the lady here just beside me is with an infant right now, ma'am. After flight with the
आज भी कैंसिल हुआ है।
आज का फ्लाइट दिया, कल इधर से दिल्ली से कल फ्लाइट था, उसको कैंसिल कर दिया। तो अब 2 दिन से इंडिगो के चक्कर काट रहे हैं।
It is really troubling. Really troubling. We are giving tomorrow another flight, delaying after 4 hours after 4. It's impossible to arrange.
मैम बॉम्बे की फ्लाइट ओपन की है क्या? बॉम्बे के लिए ओपन?
And what about other airlines? आपने बाकी airlines देखे?
It's impossible to
accommodate. Exactly. So clearly. In Indigo is of course not an option right now, but what about other airlines? Other airlines are 4-year-old as well. So 2 children here. The account of a mother who's dealing her 2 children and no respite. Let us also speak to more people here. Sir, आप कब से यहाँ पर wait कर रहे हो?
मेरा ऑनवर्ड जर्नी है चेन्नई से कोयम्बटूर। अभी तक मेरा बैगेज का कोई wife fractured her leg. We don't have even a small jacket. कोई इन लोगों ने एक होटल का नंबर दिया, होटल जाने से होटल वाले ने हमको कुत्तों के जैसे हम रोड पे सो रहे थे। आज सवेरे टैक्सी भर के हमारे खुद से पैसे से आज ये लोग बोल रहे हैं हमको मालूम नहीं है। देयर इज नो हायर अथॉरिटीज टू इवन कम। People who are going for sports academy and higher studies, they are all on standards. We'll take everybody for a big jolly ride.
This operational crisis, Indigo has confirmed massive cancellations and said full refund on cancellation. Sorry, and we will take care. We do deeply apologize and understand how difficult the past few say this will not get resolved overnight. They go on to say, we assure you that we will like to share some information with you. We will ensure that all refunds for your cancellations will be processed on all cancellations or reschedule requests of your bookings or your travel between the across cities and surface transport have been arranged for the convenience of our customers.
There are so many people stranded. How will all of them be accommodated? You know, them. More news, in fact, coming in. A statement has come from the Ministry of Civil Aviation as well. Continuously engaging to maintain constant vigil over the unprecedented situation arising from the etc. to ensure seamless communication among all stakeholders, with a special focus on providing response and deployment of resources, particularly for facilitating passengers stranded at various terminals. About 2:30 in the afternoon now. We've been on this story since 9 in the morning. Being given to passengers, them being taken to places where there are... This hasn't been seen.
You know,
the control room
it's
may
a
have
flop
been
show,
working.
let's face it.
We didn't see this.
This on their phones. You know, I just want to read one line out from the... Back your trust and the love you have showered on us in the last 19 years, and we can... That bird has flown, and that appears to be the only thing that's flying right now.
And to sum it all up, Shiv, timeline from
they don't
anybody,
know. They
any
have no idea
stakeholders.
what the timeline is.
Absolutely.
You know, 1 hour ago when just spoke to our colleagues, literally right now, where's the food? My luggage back. You checked in my luggage. Are you putting me on another flight? Which... So on the one hand, the government is saying we're in the control room. All that
Civil Aviation Minister at that crucial meeting. I think that's a crisis meeting of the Aviation Minister. A crack at what nobody else seems to be able to solve over the last time updates. He's had a word, he's had a call from the Home Minister, no less than the Home Minister. You know, I'm just wondering what... Okay, we're cutting out of the Indigo coverage.
President of the Russian Federation, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you all to this ceremony where we shall reflect the wide-ranging, multifaceted bilateral cooperation under the We will begin with exchange of two documents, namely the Russian Federation on cooperation in migration and the agreement labor activity of citizens of one state in the territory of the Vladimir Kolokoltsev, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation. Documents include the agreement between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic, cooperation in the field of healthcare, medical education and science. As Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Republic of India and the Federal Service for Federation in the field of food safety cooperation. These two Minister of Health of the Russian Federation and Dr. S. Jaishankar, We next have two memorandums of understandings. Republic of India and the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation on the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the by Mr. Andrei Sergeyevich Nikitin, Minister of Transport of the Russian and Waterways of India. Now have the exchange of MOU between Messrs. JSC Uralchem and Indian Potash Limited. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. Two documents include the protocol between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs for cooperation in exchange of pre-arrival information in respect and the bilateral agreement between the Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications, These documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador to the Russian Federation. I would like to additionally inform everyone that the two leaders have also adopted the program for the development of strategic areas of India-Russia economic cooperation of the framework agreement to join the International Big Cat Alliance. Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation. Delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press Modi to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, my friend, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। रूस के 23वें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का
फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है। एक ध्रुव तारे की तरफ बनी रही है। संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी 2030 तक के लिए एक सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समाप्त के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम आईएनएसटीसी पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। कि पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करें देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और रूस के संबंधों में का विशेष महत्व रहा है। दशकों से सम्मान और आत्मीयता का भाव रहा है। आए हैं। हाल ही में रूस में देशों के नागरिकों के बीच संपर्क और सुगम होगा। लाखों श्रद्धालुओं को काल्मिकिया में पवित्र अवशेषों का आशीर्वाद मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हम नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। मुझे खुशी है किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ी आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके है भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। आने वाले समय में हमारी मित्रता हमें और यही भरोसा हमारे साझा भविष्य को आपको और आपके पूरे डेलीगेशन को भारत यात्रा के लिए
Thank you, sir. President of the Russian Federation to give his remarks to the media.
Prime Minister, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, dear Draupadi Murmu, you personally and hospitable welcome accorded to the Russian delegation. Talk yesterday with distinguished Mr. Modi in the form of this sign of attention. These talks were very useful. They were held in a privileged partnership between Russia and India. I would like to point out working dialogue In September this year, we met on the we are personally overseeing some aspects of the development of Russian-Indian cooperation. Bilateral projects, and today, with the participation of our delegations, we have meticulously and the interaction. We exchange our opinions on the relevant global and regional subjects. Delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics, as you saw for yourself, we have signed an impressive package. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. These are important partners of one another in trade, investment, and technologies. Setting another record, according to different data, this number dollars. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of 100. Program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This the intergovernmental commission, the ministries and different bring the goods flows and capitals, the cooperation, and distinguished Prime Minister gave us a whole list of challenges to do that. The growth of Russian-Indian commercial links Asian Economic Union. We are already conducting work on the corresponding agreement. I would gradually moving to the use of national currencies in mutual is already 96% in commercial deals. We have established resilient channels of use of Indian rupees, which we receive from the provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing successful coal and everything that is required for continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian. We are also conducting a flagship project to build the units have been already connected to the energy network, and 4 are still under control. Our output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirement with the cheap and clean energy. We presume that we could talk about the construction application of nuclear technologies, for example, in medicine or agriculture. Transport logistic routes, including the projects to create an from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean coast. to the broadening of the trans-Arctic transport corridor infrastructure, including its main in India have garnered positive experience. We are conducting joint initiatives and other science-intensive avenues. For example, a large Russian-Indian pharmaceutical factory built in the Kaluga region in Russia. Using the advanced Indian technology. In their turn, the Russian in the framework of the Make in India program, which is a hallmark project of direction of Russian Indian entrepreneurs and business circles are discussed in detail. Going to take part in the plenary session of this event today together. Our peoples throughout centuries have been sincerely interested in their traditions, history, scientific and educational contexts. Exchanges from among the youth and public are also alternating festivals. Russian Indian cinema are always popular. From today, the Russian TV channel RT starting its broadcast in India. The new channel also to receive an objective information regarding what is going on in our country. Problems, we have confirmed the consonance between the positions together with the like-minded countries in BRICS and SCO and from among other countries of the globe. Multipolar world order. We are defending among them the right of any country for its own way of development and the balance of interests of all participants of the world community. As have done a lot of things and continue to do more to increase the authority of organization. Provide all necessary assistance to our Indian friends in the work on closely cooperating in the military technical sphere. Our country, for the last defense forces, aviation, and the Navy. In general, we so ahead of us we have the meeting with the President of India, Madam Murmu, but even now and the agreements reached will help the further deepening of the Russian-Indian. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Presence.
Are joint statements that have been bilateral summit discussions that came to an end. Shortly, the two leaders will head to Shiv and Vishnu, extremely important set of the war to how the trade should be elevated to the multi-dimensional aspect.
has been mentioned right now by President Putin. That's going to announcements that are in motion, the trade, manufacturing and partnership mentioning it by name, Vishnu. This is something that you've looked at very closely as well. Nuclear by the president.
No, that's really important because it's not just Kudankulam. We are looking at new modular nuclear in India. Kudankulam is just one example of how there is immense potential in modular designs. They fulfill certain requirements. India, of course, and the like. But this is something that needs to go towards meeting our incredible there's a long lead time for the construction of any nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
So therefore,
are still being signed right now. A detailed in an even more detailed manner what obviously for want of time, but as oftentimes happens when you look at many things that aren't mentioned. I'm sure there's going to be a mention of defense and cooperation there. As far as deals are concerned, those will reflect definitely as far as the strategic cooperation, the boosting of trade between the two sides. Conference that both these leaders will be addressing at the Bharat Mandapam right after this event. What the two leaders are attempting to do this time.
Absolutely. And the work want to elevate it. He said it should be diversified, it should be balanced, and it should be trade relationship where both sides are now looking to grow this to $100 billion. Critical minerals and clean energy, two extremely important aspects of how which is about $65 billion, $200 billion in the next 5 years. Let's meeting, that business meeting is going to take place very shortly. Vishal, it's a very large and it's being pegged around a large trade, being a
That's exactly right. And since yesterday, they've all talked about, 2-3 things in particular. First one is, of course, Indian workers, and they also want exchange of technologies, and there's want an access to the Indian market, and the Russian side has been quite forthcoming. We've heard from the Russian companies, the Russian businesses, they are willing to, explore the Indian territory. So far, about that there's a big trade imbalance between both the sides, but there is bond will be explored. There are several areas that have been addressed in these conferences since yesterday. Culture minister was there. They've all talked about their respective areas, and they've said that
Vasudha as well, our political editor. Vasudha, what were your big takeaways from what the two leaders fine-tooth comb, but big messaging?
India is now ready to take its relationship with Russia at a different level. And yoga, and I remember going to Russia last year and wanting to talk to these Raj Kapoor fans, but everybody the gains of these relationship. At the same time, there have been very concrete, tangible identifying those areas where India can benefit out of Russia and Russia can also benefit out of India. This connecting corridor between Vladivostok and Chennai, both port cities, is something that has been a lot of projects has been announced by Vladimir Putin himself. So clearly a lot of work seems to have gone into peace and all the peace efforts that are being made to ensure peace between Ukraine and Russia. That also shows that
I found the really interesting part in this, and Vasudha, democratic and multipolar world. He said this also in Rajghat, where he actually wrote about it. A larger global message.
That both India and Russia have self-sufficient foreign policy, and that polar world. I mean, clearly the outcome is also something that's for us to see. And Trump's politics also playing on one side.
Indeed. Minister's side when he mentioned about the fact that there has to be a peaceful and to whatever may be the peace formula that may be agreed upon as far as the Ukraine come to just 2 days after that 5-hour-long meeting with peace formula, so to say, and for him to mention that here indicates that this visit global realities in which everyone is functioning.
You know, what I think is important is a courtesy sort of message. I think he realizes that India is invested in the process of peace in Europe. The Ukrainian leader Zelensky to President Putin on several occasions, and therefore he feels informed about these developments. Now, America believes that it has the solution and the only possible maybe an important way in trying to get this resolved. The fact of the matter is that there is a country called over there for so many reasons. Yeah. For starters, think about the of Indian students who've been impacted as a result of that. Think about the fact that if this these are things which America doesn't think about or Trump wouldn't mention because it's America first. Is indicative of how he sees India.
The exchange between the two leaders President Putin has shared parts of that war for the 4th or the 5th time in the last couple of years is in from this summit. The agreements are happening. The agreements were defense, all of that. But the war in Ukraine is something that reactions that are going to come in from the United States, from the European Union. Sends out a message of autonomy. It sends out a message of independence. It sends out even look at India perhaps being in the most unique possible position.
India is also the only country, Shiv, which has that back channel lines of communication. That's the single biggest thing. Before we continue this, I believe let's play out some of those important.
आज भारत और रूस के 23वें मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी। हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी तरफ बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। कॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात इन सभी कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है।
Due to the fact that our countries are important, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting but it is generally around $64 billion US. At the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive this, and to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of gives us concrete set objectives. Bloc of both countries have set objectives to remove barriers hampering the to provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing gas, coal and everything that is required continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast
thought that the visit of the Russian president to India was the biggest news story, think again. This is the crisis impacted as a result of a complete meltdown in the network structure of the United, and that's just one of many problems, one of the problems that Indigo faces. What is this all about? Enforced by India's regulator for airlines to operate flights safely. So of rolling back some of the new safety norms to ensure that airlines like Indigo to the regulator and said that if you are rolling back these guidelines for Indigo, then you need to roll them back. Are linked to fatigue. Fatigue is a killer in international aviation. There is a strong dangerous potentially in the operation of aircraft. Therefore, 2 years back, the government this, they didn't think it would happen so far, and they made a hash of actually ensuring that they've across India, where tens of thousands of passengers have been impacted. The airline has gone back permission to operate, using the old norms until such time as we can get our act. But that comes at the cost of flight safety, and let's not have any two opinions about that.
Sherbir, welcome. We've just seen the comments that you've put out on your social media. How you're viewing it and why you're pointing a very angry finger right now.
I think at the core of it is aviation safety. Were way below global average, below the global benchmark. Not something that came out entirely of their own reckoning. And this saga is not a 5-6 month saga or the 1 month saga as was planned for June 2024, 1st June 2024, in fact, and then case of an institution with a monopoly in the Indian aviation to push these norms out, which would be unacceptable anywhere else. The weekly rest period night landings, which is something that Indigo has pushed the hardest. Fortunately, done a turnaround on this. Between 12 a.m. at night and 6 a.m. in the which allowed for up to 6 landings to take place in. There are several other creative means through which the crews are stretched. The problems that are currently being faced are, as one is seeing on Twitter, is pilot bags or to deplane or to embark passengers. Has profited significantly from pushing all its employees to the are looking at a period that they had advance notice. Everybody knew there was the 1 July what happened in the last 25, 26 days. This is literally looking like blackmail, where some amount the DGCA to a position of saying, look, there's a holiday season coming up, something else is coming up. All of and is this, and I think you all rightly remarked that and we cannot take it lightly. And what is this? What if they could between now and February, also at a point of time when you're going to be dealing issues that cause disruption. So crew,
I think there's also a point to be made about it adds to our economic growth, and that's all very welcome. But if you that you're acquiring, it's usually the other way around. Then we are in real operate with the new guidelines. They would need more than 1,000 more just produce captains and first officers out of the air, and therefore we made that, hang on, you may have the biggest number of orders in the world, you might be schedules where you try and operate n number of flights, it's just unsafe.
Of where this has come in. Let's look at the fact about the systematic drain. Etihad are effectively run by all just going because there are US dollar salaries to be taken, but some out of the professional passenger safety. Those circumstances also need to be evaluated. It's my job to be pro-business. I'm as capitalist as they come. But this is an airline good so long as it's taking an aero bridge and but now this is at the cost of passenger safety when the entire business model has turned into buying. Flights are overbooked, and when flights do get over the ground staff problem. The Pune airport shutdown is entirely linked to a ground staff. The top line and is now coming back to bite them.
I've got some breaking that there are a few pilots who were deputed to the DGCA, right? Who have now been taken back into the airline so that they can fly so pilots would make it back to their own airline, but the crisis is such that those deputed to work. Number two, and Sherbir, come in on this point, there is a plea from the DGCA saying, please help us, please ensure that operations are smooth. Essentially, don't are extremely vocal, right? Very often for the right reasons. Flight safety, this, that, and the other. Heading, which is low visibility season for the benefit of our viewers, heading into the the regulator says, please help us help you. What does it say if a regulator has to reach out to
Vishnu, look, let's break this down into two parts. Planning to not come back to their jobs because they're seeing that somebody as a professional, we've always gone through this, Vishnu, you've come. If somebody who's going to be fatigued, who's not slept, who Indigo buyback passenger, and that should be okay, or you have a scheduled day of leave, but we're not going to balance both things out. So if this is not the moment for civil disobedience. Task and responsibility, whether that's a pilot or a journalist or a lawyer or an accountant or a question of passenger safety. Where should a line must be drawn, and the line
of passengers who would be watching this broadcast would just be wondering one thing. It happened because what is going to change between now and 6 weeks? That's the point.
Yeah, that is.
As in that there has to be a graded plan to make that happen. And they were very well aware of, but rather than spending their energies toward doing something, their energy in trying to delay the FDTL. Acceptable.
It's unacceptable. One wonders whether there are going to be any penalties at all. There is talk, as it were. I hate to use that phrase, but it's very clear. It's clear. This was valuable. Passengers are watching NDTV. We do know that because we're getting a lot of counters that people are tracking NDTV right now. So good to have a voice like Sherbi Panag here. Big story. We will also continue to update you on what's happening with the President Putin visit.
Flights of fury.
आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी।
और आप देश के अंदर सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अनुशक्ति
front lines of
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones. Reviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break live.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
At Srinagar, I am Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only
the NDTV app.
होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम
This one is truly special. Something that's India. Magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. Of hearts. See you, Delhi.
Finish business. So I rewind. I pause. I breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them.
In Kashmir, people have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an
From the line of control, there were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. People are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude. NDTV.
To Korea. Witnessed history being made in issues of national security and international affairs. Like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Meet. Putin says Namaste India. The autonomy.
कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
Strategic shifts and the Modi-Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
They argue, I conclude. Stop. This isn't a free. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Closes because the buck stops here.
Straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this.
So जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award.
2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर. The front lines of Kargil. Crime. skies of disaster zones to fighter jet cockpit. Has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years.
Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूँ, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं
Namaste, India.
Airports across the country as the Indigo crisis deepened. What has happened so far? Weekly roster that it had put out, those norms that had to be in. This comes as the airlines had given representations to the aviation regulator and had highlighted schedules. In the latest, the DGCA has decided the earlier restriction was affecting granting an exemption from night duty restrictions till the 10th of February next year. The Minister visited the control room and reviewed its functioning to ensure seamless communication to all passengers. Real-time updates from all airports are being monitored to ensure that passengers who are stranded at various terminals have information at the earliest. Crisis and has taken stock of the situation, and that has now affected thousands. Saying that they have offered refunds on cancellations as well as full refund passengers who are stuck. In fact, Tanushka traveling with two young kids. She had to go to Kolkata, faced massive cancellation.
Remember the mother with an infant and a 4-year-old stuck at Delhi airport for the past. There's an update right now. Ma'am, tell us, what is the update? Are you being put onto a flight?
We are going to Bagdogra, and after that we will go by any bus.
Exactly. If you could show your boarding pass here onto the. Now remember, Bagdogra is 500 kilometers away from Kolkata, right? So.
I think we will arrange any car or bus because there are afforded for us.
Exactly.
We are happy with that.
Right. Down to the crumbling state of affairs of aviation sector, especially.
All right, on that note, slipping into a very short break, we come back with this and lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This
Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered
line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe a
country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude. NDTV.
Across the country.
Witnessed history being made in global national security and international affairs. Like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Putin says Namaste India. The autonomy
कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
strategic shifts and the global Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
They argue, I conclude. This isn't a free-for-all. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Because the buck stops here.
And tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
That I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed. Award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
Happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award
2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर. The front lines of Kargil. Of disaster zones to fighter jet cockpits. In History Break, live, unfiltered. Facts,
War-struck country
hard questions,
in the Ukraine.
30 years of trial.
for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom, only on NDTV.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूँ। उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं।
Namaste, India. This one is truly special. Something that's India. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from
Rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig. Not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me.
Bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw in
Children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest. At least 25 children. Gaikwad Sahab.
Their own reception online. Medha Shirsagar of Hubballi and Sangam Das were on the 23rd of November, and a formal reception was arranged at the bride's hometown on Wednesday. Flights due to the ongoing pilot shortage across the country. And what happened was the bride 2nd of December was stranded after their flights were repeatedly delayed, with guests in the seats that were reserved for the couple to perform the rituals. Even as the bride and groom conferencing, that's what you see on your screens. The chaos led to All right, that's the latest update as far as the chaos across finally led to some sort of an exemption being given by the aviation regulator till the exercise as to what happens next. On that note, a quick break. We come back with the
From Washington to Korea, witnessed history being to complex issues of national security and international affairs. International affairs like no one else, only on NDTV Net.
One crucial meet. Putin says Namaste India.
हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
Strategic shifts. Modi-Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
They argue, I conclude. No filler, no fog. Only the facts. At 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
An industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I am honored to receive this prestigious award.
A very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot.
Get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please.
प्रेसिडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of
इंडियन ऑफ द ईयर 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV The front lines of Kargil. The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fight
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live.
To left, right, and center.
Hard facts.
War struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on N.
टीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूँ. उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश
This one is truly special. Something that's India. Created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. See you, Delhi.
So I rewind, I pause, I reflect. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is
People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered
which continues to escalate in Tamil Nadu. Now, opposition parties have staged a walkout. BJP is trying to communalize the issue. Now, this is regarding the sides in the last couple of days, and now opposition parties have staged a walkout. Had with Murugan over the controversy.
Sir, the Tirupati communal trouble, and they have also blamed you for defining writ petition.
You see what happened in Tamil Nadu last 3-4 days. What is the happening there? The full response is for the Honorable High Court given order to that to ensure the worship right. So the people filed the case and they got order. The police, they stopped them and they abducted them and they arrested them. They pleaded, sir, this is the happening, so you have to ensure my right. Order with the help of CSF, you can go and you can participate in the failed DMK government. They didn't allow. They are not following the court order. Why they are?
They are saying that they want to follow law and order. They want to.
Objected. Only the DMK government is objected. Only DMK government is preventing.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national. Aditya Rajghat, covering international affairs.
Two world leaders, one crucial meet. Big bang deals.
आरोप और रूस हमेशा कंधे
NDTV tracks the high stakes handshake. Modi-Putin.
Pulling us
Other
into this
opposition
country.
parties. Reflect, I drill down. It's a reckoning. Every night at 9, the case closes.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm.
The NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है
25 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year. Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine and France, in Italy. At Srinagar, and Vishnu Show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
App to use is the NDTV app.
As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one, you all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun.
25 children. कोई जरूरत तो उसको इंट्रो देने की. गायकवाड़ साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. लोग देख रहे तो कर रहा है. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections.
The meltdown in skies continues due to the Indigo crisis. Has that been now arrested? And what next as far as solutions is concerned? NDTV tells you more. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Our rolling coverage of flights of fury and 100% indignation by Indigo Airlines. NDTV is tracking this chaos live. The crisis escalates and leads to massive confusion. Delhi airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight. Indigo crisis triggers big action. Aviation watchdog steps in. DGCA withdraws pilot rest order. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to aviation. Chaos at multiple airports across the country on your screens. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Videos show baggages strewn around with no staff. The Deepening controversy in Tamil Nadu escalates. DMK targets Hindutva. BJP hits back. The legal battle over the issue continues. Politics also rages on in the state of Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin discussed war and peace. Prime Minister Modi says India is firmly on the side of peace. Russian President assures a peaceful solution to Ukraine war. And good news for home buyers as EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI slashes rates by 0.25% to 2.5%. Big story on the cancelled today. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has reviewed the situation from the control room along with officials. On your screens are those lists. DGCA has all instructions regarding weekly rest, which implies that airlines can now use leave in place of weekly rest if taking place in Hyderabad against Indigo with complete, there has been complete chaos on these airports. Of the passengers who have to travel due to their urgent requirements, whether it's season, those passengers who have to travel, what are they bracing for? They are bracing for a huge spike as far as airfares are concerned. Because of this Indigo chaos, I'm going to walk you through just how much the airfare has actually risen. Let's take Delhi-Mumbai, one of the busiest routes in India, where you have almost multiple slots available. Several airlines operate across the day, and look at how the airfares have jumped. It was about 7,700 for SpiceJet earlier. It has actually gone up to just a little under 49,000. 6 times increase for SpiceJet. Let's now take a look at Air India. It was 6,200 earlier, and it is now 36,100. It's a 6 times jump for Air India. Let's now look at Akasa Air. It was 5,800. It's just a tad under 30,000. It's actually 29,200. Now, what does that mean? It's about a 5.5 times jump for these airlines. Now, look at the amount of money that passengers who have to travel, who do not have an option to not travel, will have to shell out. And that's the other side of it, which the regulator also needs to now pay close attention to, that why is it that airfares are rising the way they are. Now, the big developments that we are putting out for you, the chaos and confusion ensued at airports as the Indigo crisis deepened. Civil Aviation watchdog DGCA has withdrawn instructions regarding the published weekly rest. This implies that airlines can now use leave in place of the weekly rest that was to be given earlier to the staff. This comes as airlines had given representations to DGCA, highlighted operational disruptions and the need for continuity and stability in flying schedules. Now, the latest that has come in is the DGCA has decided that the earlier restriction was affecting operations. A one-time exemption has been granted to the A320 fleet, granting an exemption from night duty restrictions till the 10th of February 2026, with Indigo directed to submit a roadmap for the next 30 days. Aviation Minister visited the control room and reviewed its functioning to ensure seamless communication amongst all stakeholders, with a special focus on providing timely information to passengers. Real-time updates from all airports are being monitored to ensure adequate response and deployment of resources is taking place, particularly to ensure that passengers who are stranded at various terminals get information real-time. Even as Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on the crisis and has taken stock of the situation across India. Indigo, meanwhile, has admitted a serious operational crisis, saying that they have offered refunds on cancellations and also refunds. Point that many are asking, as thousands of passengers have still not been able to get any clarity either on their schedule or on their travel plans. By my colleagues from across India. On your screens are the situation unfolding in airport after airport. It's the same story. These ground reports.
International